Hello, everyone. It's your host, Walt Zwerko, and I finally figured out that I hadn't been transmitting audio to you. So shall we start all over again?
Runway DFW, Runway DFW, Runway DFW, Runway DFW, Runway DFW, DFW.
Well, here's my official welcome to you after my botched beginning. You saw the pictures. You didn't hear the sound, and I apologize for that. I got up actually 2 hours early to bring you this broadcast, and I set everything up, and I thought everything was going to be perfect, and then I didn't check the sound, so I apologize for that. So anyway, welcome in, and I will check your messages here in a minute. I'm sure if I had looked at your messages, I would have seen that something was amiss, but all right, so I think we're good to go now. Let's take a look at what you're saying to Walt, who's not watching his messaging. Warren Rodriguez says, I made a boo-boo. Yes, I did. Sorry about that. AP says, great view. Becky Davies says, it's a little bit better, Walt. Thank you, Becky. Yeah, a little bit better with sound. Beve says, this looks fabulous. Well, thank you for that. I'm looking to see what our next takeoff or landing is here. And it's going to be Jin Air, which is a Korean based airline. It's coming in from Phuoc. Meanwhile, I would like to thank Lelo Doublefly for gifting 10 Runway DFW memberships. Thank you for that. I would like to thank Dave Billington, one of our original members, for being a member for 16 months. Thank you, Dave. Craig Russell, letting us know, sharing with us that he's been a member for 11 months, a TriJet member. Welcome to Seoul, South Korea. Hope you're enjoying your stay and hope you had a fun A380 flight to Incheon. I will be telling you about that as we roll along here. Yes, I did fly on the A380 Korean Air from Los Angeles, where we, of course, spent the weekend. So we'll be talking about that. Wes Westbrook wants to know, how's Korea? Points Traveler wants to know, how's the jet lag? Well, I think that may have accounted for some of my my oversight with the audio here. I really wanted this to start perfectly, but for some reason I mucked it up. I was telling you in the portion of the broadcast where you didn't hear it, that there is it sounds like we're at an airport in the background, but that is fake. I have to tell you that the ambient sound of an airport that you may hear in the background, if you hear some jet noise and whatnot, It's from Love Field a few weeks ago, where I recorded 2 hours worth of sound, knowing that I'd be in a hotel room talking to you about airplanes. I thought, well, might as well have it at least sound a little bit less than a hollow airport hotel room. So I did record that, so I just want to be upfront and honest with you that I do not have any real sound from the airport here. Here comes this Jeju Air plane coming in from Phu Quoc in what I'm assuming is Vietnam. It's got a very fluorescent yellow livery. So we got a very good look at the activities on that runway, which again is the westernmost runway here at Incheon. Stuart Tingley says, "Good day to everyone. What a treat to see Walt in Korea," and he is sounding better. Well, I'm sounding a little better than yesterday. I have to say that. And I'll talk about my A380 experience with you shortly. Our next arrival is going to be Korean Air Flight 664 from, I have to look these up because I don't know most of these airport designators, from Phuket, and I guess that is also is that in Vietnam or Cambodia? Oh boy, my geography is a little rusty. But anyway, it's coming here after a 5-hour and 41-minute flight. It'll be a 7879 Dreamliner, and it will be entering our view there from the left side of the screen. As you can see, we're shooting out a big window here, which is very nice. It's tilted forward, the window is, to kind of eliminate some of the glare that we would ordinarily have, but we will be getting some distortion from the glass, so the pictures may reflect that distortion to some extent. Beth F. says, "Good morning, Walt, and welcome back to Incheon. Hope you enjoy your time here." Yeah, it's been 8 years, almost 8.5 years since I've been here. And at that time, I was not really a plane spotter. I was just coming here to visit my son, which I am doing again now. In fact, he greeted me at the airport last night, which was very nice. He took the train and bus from his home in Seoul. And he helped me find my way to the airport here. We found a courtesy bus. What's interesting about Korea? There is no tipping. Now, in most of the world, when somebody provides a service to you, you give them a tip. In Korea, that is not a thing. So I said, when we were riding the courtesy bus to the airport, what do you think a tip would be for the driver who was helping us get my bags in and out? And he said, no, there's no. He just laughed and said, "This is one reason I love Korea so much, because you don't have to tip anybody." Okay, Phuket is Thailand. So I will be learning this as we go along. Sam Wilson says next arrival is a Sri Lankan Flight 470 Heavy from Colombo. Let's take a look. We should be seeing it in just a second here on Runway DFW, live from Seoul. So I'll scratch another airline off my bingo card here that I've never seen. $7879 Dreamliner. No, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong plane. That's an A330-200. Pardon. Coming in from Colombo in Sri Lanka. Craig Russell posits the question, Sri Lankan Airlines does not operate to the U.S., do they? I don't know. I'd have to look that one up, Greg. I'm not complaining. I'm trying to regulate the air conditioning in this room. It was very cold last night when I got here and kind of crashed after the 12-hour flight from Los Angeles. Here's an aircraft that looks vaguely familiar. Delta. Delta's a partner of Korean Airlines and the Sky Team Confederation. That's Delta Flight 9972, going to Singapore. It's an A350-900. I haven't seen any planes taking off from this side of the airport. I don't know if, again, I don't know enough about Incheon to know if that's how they work. Because I think I've seen planes coming in on the, taking off on the other side. And again, that sound you hear there is most likely a Southwest Airlines jet. I'm not trying to deceive you. I'm just trying to give you some airport ambiance here. Because it's the window to our room here is sealed, as most hotel rooms are, so I can't hang a microphone out the window and give you the real audio from this location. O'Malley says, Walt, this isn't a tip. That would be offensive. So happy to see you've made it and you sound great. Well, my voice isn't quite there, but thank you, O'Malley, so much. And it was so great to meet you at Cranky Dork Fest. You're a fine chap, and I value our newfound friendship. So let's see. So there's I don't know if that's how that's pronounced. It's either T-Way or Tway. It's another Korean airline. Of course, there's a Cathay Pacific plane there in the foreground. We're following the Delta jet out. It looks like it's going to take off from over here. And I see two other planes lining up to go out. So it looks like they take off from over there. It's a little far away from us. Everything's a little far away here. We're at the airport property, but we're not right up against the planes. So Everything you see here is taken at quite a distance. As I was setting up and it was still dark here, the moon was in the sky and it would have been a nice backdrop, but it dipped below the clouds. We won't be able to do any night streams from here because of the camera. I didn't bring my gigantic lens for our full frame night camera. So we're restricted to dayside streams to give you quality. There is Vietnam Airlines. It's going to Nha Trang. It's an Airbus A321. You see United Tail there in the foreground. That's a color you don't see every day. I can't make... What is that? Well, how would you characterize the color of that Vietnam Airlines livery? Kind of forest green. Also, we don't have for you, as you may have noticed, any ATC. I wasn't sure. I was reading up on it, and I wasn't really clear as to whether that would be a no-no or not. So I just didn't bring it. The Asiana Airlines Airbus A321 there is going to Fukuoka, which I'm going to say is in Japan. I'll definitely be getting an education while I'm here. That's another thing you don't see from in the States is any smaller Asiana planes. Arya's World says, hi Walt, how is Seoul? Why are you here? Have you been to London Heathrow before? I haven't technically been to Seoul yet. I'm at Incheon Airport is in Incheon, which is to the west of Seoul. But I will be going there later. The reason I'm here is to visit my son who lives and works here. So I'll be spending some time with him and his fiancée. Later, we have here Vietjet. So we'll get to that in a moment. We've got a Jeju Air headed out to Panglao. It's a 737. Panglao, I have no idea. And again, Jeju Air, as I understand it, it's a Korean airline, which one of those low-cost airlines, which flies to a lot of different destinations from here in Seoul. I'd like to thank Flights Aviation for being a channel member for 15 months. Thank you, Flights Aviation. Lori M. has now been a Twinjet member of the channel for 16 months. So happy to see you made it there safely. Have fun, Walt. I'll try to see you at DFW when you get back. Thank you, Lori. Cubs win. One of our great Quadjet channel members saying, great stream, Walt. Enjoy your time in Korea. Thank you, Cubs win, for that $10 super chat. I would like to salute Graphic Sign and Design for being a member for 13 months of the channel. Walt, awesome stream. Glad to be a part of it. Thank you. And I don't know if we had gotten to Craig before. I'm kind of going back in time here, who's been a channel member for 11 months. Trijet channel member. Welcome to Seoul. Hope you're enjoying your stay and hope you had a fun A380 flight to Incheon. Dave Billington, channel member for 16 months. Twinjet channel member. Thank you, Dave. So I think have I caught up with everybody here? No? Armand V, a member for 16 months. Who has a word for us in Korean, I think. Anya Hong Haiso, Walt. Awesome to see you at ICN. Anya Hong Haseo. I don't think I'll be impressing anybody with my Korean. Anna the Dispatcher, member for 6 months. I can't believe it's been this long already. Thank you for providing us with excellent quality streams. David and I are happy to be a part of your channel. Thank you so much, Anna. All right, our next departure is going to be Air Busan, another Korean airline operator, livery we haven't seen ever on this channel before, I know that. It's going to Fukuoka. This is an Airbus A321. You see a Tway or T-Way plane coming in. That was arriving from Nha Trang. You know what I've learned so far? There seems to be a lot of activity going on betwixt here and Vietnam, it would seem. It makes sense. As you can see, there is some terrain surrounding this big airport. And speaking of big, we've got a Korean Air Cargo Flight 277. This is going to Anchorage. It's a 777. On Runway DFW, coming to you live from Seoul in Korea, where it's Wednesday morning. Thank you, Sam. Knight says, hello, so excited to see all the planes in Seoul. Hope you're having a wonderful time. You know, I haven't, all I've seen so far of Seoul is the terminal and bus ride over here to the hotel, which is a very nice upscale hotel. But I haven't done any sightseeing. I was pretty worn down by the end of the flight to Korea, and I was saying to my son, you know, I was wondering why I felt so much more, I don't know, stressed or just, I was ready to get off that plane. And the difference was, I remembered that when I went to see him 8 years ago, and that was an American Airlines trip from nonstop from Dallas, on that occasion, I had found myself a very attractive first class mileage bonus. So I traveled to and from Korea first class on American Airlines. And yesterday on the Korean Air A380, which was a very nice flight, I was, I had a window seat, but it was, the plane was full. I had thought I was going to have an empty seat next to me, and I didn't. And the empty seat next to me was taken up by someone who probably could play basketball. He was pretty tall. And so I felt sorry for him. But I felt kind of trapped in there. We've got Jin Air here. It's going to Fukuoka, which appears to be a very popular destination. It's a 737 MAX 8. And once again, I'm not trying to deceive you. The sounds you're hearing are recorded sounds of airplanes coming and going at Dallas Love Field, because we do not have any access to the sounds that airplanes make here in Seoul, because everything is behind a sealed pane of glass. a good morning lineup of planes going out here. As you can see, there is some terrain here. What is that plane? Air Seoul. Well, there's another one I've never seen before. Jeju Air. That's going to Matsuyama, the 737-800. I think we'll switch over here to get an arrival. Or did it arrive already? Yeah, I guess it arrived already. That was an Asiana plane coming in from Chiang Mai. Well, it's quite literally a new world when you're surrounded by planes you've never seen before. Some of which I have to admit I've never heard of before, as far as airlines go, and of course many destinations I'm unfamiliar with. Well, I guess if you plopped down a Korean in Texas and showed them planes going to Waco and Midland, Odessa, and Amarillo, they'd say, huh? It should be pointed out that as we look to the north here, North Korea is only about 20 miles in that direction. We're that close to North Korea from this location. Sam Wilson says next departure is Vietjet 865 to Ho Chi Minh City. Now that I've heard of. It's an Airbus A321. And we have more planes lined up to take off, so we're going to be busy bees here at Seoul Incheon International Airport. So you see the planes vectoring to the west to avoid going into North Korea. Jeju Air going to Sapporo in Japan. 737-800. 22-year-old plane. Oriam says, Walt live streaming in his sock feet should be a milestone in the history of Runway DFW. I do believe that it is a first. You have correctly identified that as being a milestone here at Runway DFW. In my sock feet. Next up, we have E-Star Jet going to Okinawa. It's a Max 8. I'm getting a real airline education here this morning in Seoul. Oh, I think I see a Queen of the Skies. Yeah, there's a lot of cargo that comes in and out of here. I'm not familiar enough to know when to expect it and when not to. But as you can see, there is an Atlas Air making its way here. I don't have a destination for that one. It's a 747-400, 21 years old. Air Seoul is next out. It's going to Osaka in Japan. It's an Airbus A321. On Runway DFW, live from Seoul. So just to give you our kind of a hint at our schedule here, we'll probably continue on here for a couple of hours. So we look at Air Busan. Air Busan going to Tokyo Narita Airport on that Airbus A321. Hang on, I'm going to get a sip of medicinal fluid here. And when I say medicinal fluid, not to be misconstrued, I'm talking about Coca-Cola, Korean Coca-Cola, which tastes pretty much what you'd expect it to be. Sarah Deal, up there in Boston, says hello, Walt, mods, and friends. Hello to you from the future. Air Busan is a subsidiary of Asiana, says Josh Aldrich, who is one of our great mods, and someone we got to hang out with over there at the Cranky Dork Fest weekend. He headed back to Oklahoma City on Monday, I believe. So I hope you had a safe trip, Josh, and it was great spending some time with you. This really is kind of a cushy way to plane spot, I must say. I mean, I've sent you pictures from all sorts of weather, from 100 plus degrees to freezing weather, and to be in a climate-controlled space with a nice overview of things is kind of nice. So anyway, my impressions of the A380, which I traveled here from Los Angeles on yesterday. Did we ever get a destination for this? No, the Atlas Air 747, we don't have a destination for it. But, you know, it was nice. I'm glad I can say that I was on an Airbus A380. The Korean Air service was excellent. The flight attendants were very pleasant and accommodating to everyone I saw. If I had an option, I don't know that I'd want to travel in coach again on such a long flight. I mean, I probably won't have an option for that. I'll probably have to do it again, but one of the things to get used to if you're trying to film or take pictures out the windows is the window, the interior window is about a foot away from the exterior window. There's a big air gap in there. So it's not exactly the best for taking pictures. I mean, I made it work, and when I have a chance, I'll put together some footage of my journey on the A380. But I was surprised to get 2 full meals in economy. Now, you know, when you say full, they weren't gigantic 3-course meals, but they Had an entree, and they had a salad and a dessert, and they were fine. I had chicken with rice after we left LA, and then before we landed, they served up another meal, and I had beef and rice. So there goes Atlas Air. What do we got here? Peach. So it's an airline named Peach, but the colors don't seem to match the name. You know what I mean? Peach going to Osaka, an Airbus A320. I think somebody's was asking in the chat where we're broadcasting from today. This is as the sun starts to come out here, or peek out from behind the clouds. This is the Grand Hyatt Hotel. I don't want to give them too much publicity because they're not paying me for this. But anyway, that's where I am. Got a Singapore Airlines Dreamliner coming in. Let's flip over there. That was arriving from Singapore after almost a 6-hour flight. It'll be 6 hours by the time they get to the terminal. It's T-Way or Tway. Somebody help me with that pronunciation. It's T''way. It's amazing how much packaging and signage and things are in English here. I would suspect it's a very highly educated country, and I would imagine that most people at least have a passing knowledge of English, but many signs, I mean, almost all store signs are in English. Looks like we've got, I think this is Korean Air Flight 775 going to Komatsu. It's a 737-900ER. So it's so funny, not funny, but it's so weird, I guess, to see Korean Air livery on something smaller than either a 747 or a Dreamliner or a A380, which is how we normally see this livery in the USA. See if I've missed anything here. Well, I have. We've got a 14 South African Rand, I believe that is. Super chat from Armand V. Sorry, Walt, there. That was hello in Korean. Enjoy. I figured it was. Thank you, Armand, for that. Cami Hudson. We salute Cami for being a Twin Jet member for 12 months. Thank you. RWB Jr. is a new Quad Jet member. Thank you so much. And I think we've gotten to Anna the Dispatcher. Member for 6 months. Thank you again for that. Matthew Allen, a member of the channel for 12 months. Enjoy your trip. And glad you made it there safe. Thank you, Matthew. So a new Quad Jet member. You know what I should do before I overlook all that is to salute our members. And we do that by putting in the thank you box there, or the thank you stream. So let us now give thanks to our QuadJet channel members. But of course, we've got to first start out with James Webb, who is our channel sponsor. Thank you, James Webb. Sorry we didn't get to see you at the Cranky Dork Fest weekend. I hope everything is okay with you and your family. Thank you again, James, for that. We now thank our QuadJet channel members here on Runway DFW. We run out of our sound. And this is as of 5 a.m. Seoul time in Seoul today. 5 a.m. today in the future on Wednesday, September 18th. So 757 Chip, A-List Flyer Chris, Alan J, Anna the Dispatcher, Beaker and Honeydew. These are all QuadJet channel members. Thank you to Beve, Cubs Win, Deborah Klein, Dwayne C., Fred Robinson, James Webb, Josh Aldrich, Kai, Kirby Brooks Sr., KS Avgeek, Lori M., Michael Flannery, Michelle R.S., Mike G., Pete Nordine, Raina Taylor, Sarah Deal, Skittles, Steve Lundaby, TN Tommy, a new member of the QuadJet family. Thank you, TNT Tommy, and Will Hutchison, our QuadJet channel members. And now the rest of our Runway DFW memberships, our Tri-Jet and our Twin Jets, will appear on the screen below you. Thank you to each one of you for that. We have another Queen of the Skies about ready to take flight. A relatively short flight to Hong Kong is for this Atlas Air 747-400. It's a 23-year-old plane. Be 24 years old in next month, in fact. And again, it's going to Hong Kong here on Runway DFW at Seoul Incheon Airport. I thought we had run out of our sound. We did run out of our sound. Once again, this is the sound you're hearing in the background now is recorded several weeks ago at Dallas Love Field. But I knew that when we got here to this hotel room, there wouldn't be any outside sound. So I figured, well, we'll put something on in the background to sweeten things up a little bit. So that's what that is. And it was supposed to have looped, but I guess it didn't. I guess it's time for us to do a station identification to so alert the affiliates. We'll be doing that very shortly here on Runway DFW. Off to Hong Kong goes this queen of the skies. Because we're close to the sea, you see a lot of that moisture, the vapor on the wings that we don't normally see at DFW. We see it occasionally, but you see it a lot more often on Kevin's streams from Los Angeles. And of course, LAX is just a short distance from the Pacific Ocean. Renette Adele has joined our Twin Jet membership. Thank you, Annette. Or Renette, I'm sorry. And RWB Jr. has gifted 10 Runway DFW memberships. So more members are on the way. Thank you so much for that, for those kind contributions to the channel. Asiana Flight 731, it's off to Ho Chi Minh City, an Airbus A330-700 on runway DFW in Seoul. Now I'm torn because we have this plane coming in here, which looks entirely unfamiliar. It's a very interesting livery, is it not? That was, oh, okay, that's because it's Uzbekistan Airways coming in from Tashkent. It's a 7878 Dreamliner, left 5 hours and 28 minutes ago. Uzbekistan, I believe, is a very interesting place. If I recall, I remember seeing some vlogs about travels there, and it's kind of a, it's almost North Korean-esque in terms of its being locked down and having a very strong leader. You're watching Runway DFW at large, live in Seoul, South Korea, at Incheon International Airport. Well, we're having fun. This is kind of our shakedown cruise here, as far as how we deliver things. We'll be doing this broadcast. I think at some point we'll shut down and take a little break. We'll be back for some afternoon action, which is probably going to be in a crazy time wherever you are, but that's just the way it is. We won't do a nighttime stream because I don't think our cameras could give you a very good look at it from here, even though it is a pretty spectacular view. We don't have all of our... We only have one camera that would really be capable of it, and it doesn't have as long a lens as would be necessary to give you some good action. So, but then we'll be back tomorrow, probably about the same time, and continue for as long as we can. And we will have to check out tomorrow, and then we'll see what happens. I think my son has offered to. He doesn't use his car very. You don't really have to use a car in Korea or in Seoul anyway, because there's so much good public transportation. But he offered to use his car to schlep me around, and maybe we'll find some other place. There's supposed to be along this tree line here. There's a hotel there, which I had considered. Can you read it? Hotel Aura. Yeah, that's the one. Which kind of overlooks the runways, but I wasn't sure if it had if it could give us a clear view of kind of like what we're seeing here. No idea what that is. RB Royal something. We'll see about that. So we'll try to identify these planes as soon as I take pictures of them here. You get spoiled when everything is American Airlines and all you have to do is figure out where it's going. So what just took off was Vietjet Air off to Nha Trang in Airbus A321. What landed, okay, it was Royal something. It was Royal Brunei Airways, and I will get you another shot of that here. Coming in from Brunei after almost a 5-hour trip in Airbus A320, and it is got the Brunei tourism livery. Now it's this is as much as we can zoom in from here. So we won't get unless it comes back in our direction, we won't get a very much better look at it than we had earlier. But yeah, we'll check that one off your bingo card. Hey, you know what else we can bring you? Well, let's see what we got here. It's another Fly Busan. That was coming in from Panglao, an Airbus A321. Panglao. I was going to say, if we run out of planes to bring you, we can go golfing. Look at that. Got a golf course right below us. So they're lining up their putt. It's crazy. As we noted, all the planes, as they take off towards the north here, vector to the west to avoid North Korean airspace. That was a 777 Jin Air going to Taipei. FedEx. What? It's FedEx. FedEx Flight 5926 coming in from Guangzhou in China after a 3-hour flight. $757 Chip with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Chip. Good morning, Walt. Seems appropriate that a man such as yourself with a good soul be streaming from Seoul. I don't have my drums kit today, but that would be worthy of that. But anyway, there's supposed to be an observatory. I think this. Okay, this is it. Okay, now I'm gonna pull out here so you can see what our shot is from here. If we zoom in here, there's something called the Incheon Airport Observatory up there on that hill, and I'm pretty sure that's it. And once I have access to transportation, I'll check that out with my son, and we might be able to give you some good looks from there. Here's our first Turkish Airlines flight of the day. It's got some streamers coming from it. I dare say this is coming from Istanbul. Let me check. I'll make sure. Yes, Istanbul on that 777-300ER after a 9-hour and 5-minute journey. There's an Asiana plane poised for takeoff. It's going to Manila. It is an Airbus A321. And where is that? There it is. Yeah, it looks like we've completed our thank yous to all of our channel members. Again, that list was compiled before we started the broadcast, so if you're a new member, watch for your name on our next broadcast, and thank you again for all of your great support of Runway DFW, live from Seoul, South Korea. Technically Incheon, which is a different city, but it's adjacent to Seoul. This is the main airport for Seoul, with one of the terminal buildings in the foreground. I've got to get myself a map here. It seemed like forever riding the courtesy bus from the airport terminal to this hotel. There's another one of those E-Star jets. We saw one of those take off earlier. That's coming in from Nha Trang after a 4-hour and 52-minute flight. Seoul, like DFW, is a big hub airport for making connections. There you see our first Air Asia plane of the day. We'll get more information about that momentarily. We'll watch this Korean Air Flight take to the skies here in Seoul. Seoul is, I believe, 14 hours ahead of the central time zone in the US. And we have a ghost plane which has settled down here. Plain Jane, Kalita Air, Flight 867, coming in from Ezhou, E-Z-H-O-U. No idea. Couldn't tell you.
$19.89.
All right, our singers have accompanied us here. That was a big expense, of course, to bring them with us, the Runway DFW Orchestra and Chorus, but they're in good voice. And they were here to welcome this 34-year-old, will be 35 years old next year. Where do you go? There it is. It's Korean Air 777 going to Manila. Okay, so we have this Air Asia A330-300 on its way to Kuala Lumpur. Now, Air Asia, I have heard about. It offers an economy service, an ultra low-cost carrier, I think is what they call them. Definitely seeing a lot of interesting liveries here. There's another one. Whoa, what was that? $757 Chip says AirAsia offers sardine class seating. Yeah, I guess the rumors are true. Phil G says, great show, Walt. I think you're the first person to live stream from ICN. I don't believe I am. I have seen other, I believe they were live streams. I'm pretty sure I've seen live streams from Seoul before, so I don't take any I don't think this is a first of any sort. Well, it's definitely a first for me. It's the channel's first international stream. As we look at this Philippine where is it on my, looking for it here. Well, you know what I want to see, this other plane over here, which had kind of a crazy livery. It's LOT, the Polish airline, with the Independence livery. Look at that. This is on its way to Budapest. And what does it say there in English on it? It says, proud of Poland's independence. What's that on the front? Oh, I guess that's a map of Poland. You know, it's an interesting livery. I'm not saying, I can't say I'm crazy about it, but and just landing there, Maersk Air Cargo, Maersk. They're big in, I know, shipping. You see a lot of shipping containers coming in from Zhengzhou after an hour and 53-minute flight. That's a 767-300. So there's another one I can say I have seen now, Maersk Air Cargo. Steve Walters says, wow, Walt, been following you for a while. Didn't know you were heading to Korea. Visiting your son? Good times. Thanks for taking us along. Thank you so much for that super chat. That $7.87 super chat. That's so appropriate. And here goes the LOT jetliner. And I guess on the other side of the plane, it's looks like the message is in Polish, I'm guessing. Not too many liveries have different. I mean, that I've seen, it's usually equivalent one side to the other. A Korean Air 787-900 is now on its way to Hong Kong. It's flight 171. So to orient you, the planes are taking off to the northwest. The runways are kind of at a southeast to northwest angle here. Coming in from Zurich. We'll swing around over here. Oh, did it already arrive? I suppose it did. Swiss. Sorry we missed that. The Swiss, oh, it's an A400 or an A340. I love those. I'm very sorry I missed that arrival. Arriving from Zurich. An A340-300. It's a type of plane that Lufthansa has flown to DFW. I haven't seen it in a while. I don't know if they're still flying it. At least on that route. Here's a Korean Air A330 going to Hanoi. And we're about to see an Air France 777-200ER checking in from Paris. That is an 11.5-hour flight. That's just about as long as my flight was here from Los Angeles. Paul Guthrie says, it always amazes me how those big metal machines get in the air. Indeed. So what we're waiting for is this Air France plane to get here. It should be here in just a moment or two. As we look out the corner of our window, we see some mountains in the background, some water. This airport's kind of on a peninsula. It's surrounded by water. It's kind of the definition of a peninsula, isn't it, Walt? Yeah. Emre, you're just with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Emre. How long is the flight to DFW from there? It's probably around 12 hours, kind of like it is from LA, even though the two destination points are separated, but because of the Great Circle route, I think the travel time is about the same, in the 12-hour range. And of course, it depends on what direction you're going too, because you get the jet stream going back east, so it's usually a little shorter flight in many cases. We have a Garuda Indonesia plane on final now, from coming in from Jakarta after a 6-hour and 51-minute flight. It'll be an Airbus A330. And we're going to turn around and get ready for that, because it's another airline we've not been able to show you before on Runway DFW. There's Craig with that information. Thank you, Craig. O'Malley saluting the Air France plane. That's art. I gotta tell you, that's art, O'Malley. Thank you. Garuda, Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't see. Luke, the random spotter, has snuck in here. Hello, Luke. Sarah Deal says, I went plane spotting again at the same airport today. I only saw one plane take off. I tried to do a Kevin and do a good job videotaping, but the plane was so fast. There is a trick to it, and I haven't quite. I'm still learning as we watch this UPS 747 touching down. We will give you more information about this shortly. So this may not be the ultimate plane spotter's heaven, but it certainly ranks up there on my list of places that have potential. Well, here's that Swiss A340 again. We'll get a little better look at it. I love that plane. It's my number 2 favorite plane. The A340-300. With those, what do they call them, hair dryer engines. So the UPS came in from Shanghai, 747-8, a 3-year-old plane, pretty new plane. Navy Jack saluting that aircraft. Robin M with a $7.47 or $7.47 super chat. Thank you, Robin M. Thanks for bringing us along. Walt, well, I couldn't go this far and not take you with us, could I? I'm just so glad that you could tune in for this extravaganza. Jin Air, I believe this is another Korean airline operator. A lot of different Korean airlines. It's like Oprah was giving out airlines. So you get an airline, you get an airline, you get an airline. The Jin Air was coming in from Bangkok in Thailand, a 5-hour and 8-minute flight on a MAX 8. And there goes an Asiana. I lost it, didn't I? The Asiana was going to Beijing in Airbus A321. There's a lot to follow. We've got Korean Air flight 1410 coming in from Busan. That's in another city in Korea. This is a MAX 8. And I know you hear in the background a propeller plane. I'll explain again that the natural sound here is pre-recorded from Dallas Love Field just to give some ambiance. So I don't sound like I'm in a sterile hotel room, which is what I am. Russell with a $10 super chat. Gemini Jets Russell in 2004. I flew Seoul to DFW on a Korean 777. We were struck by lightning when landing in DFW. Oh, great. Where did your message go? We were struck by lightning when we landed in DFW in a thunder snowstorm. Return flight canceled. Wow. That sounded like it must have been a rather hair-raising adventure. So we've got a Korean Air MAX 8 going to Beijing. Is that right? But we're going to swing around here with the big camera, with the main camera, because it will be displaying to us Korean Air Flight 630 coming in from Denpasar, 777-300ER, a 9-year-old aircraft. Like I need another computer here by my side to type in names of places I'm unfamiliar with. Is that the same plane we saw earlier? The same Swiss A340-300? I guess it's still headed to its gate. Korean Air Cargo 777 is next in line for arrival. As we thank our friend Kevin at Wellington Flights Live for a $10 New Zealand super chat. Hi Walt, I like this time zone a lot better. Have a great time in Seoul. Thank you so much for that, Kevin. It's a pleasure to be in an adjacent time zone to you. And for those of you who haven't checked out the aviation stylings of Kevin at Wellington Flights Live. Be sure you do that. He puts on a great show and has some really super content. He's just a nice guy. Now we have a Jeju Air. Where is it? There it is. It's headed to Harbin, Harbin. It's a 737-800. What a variety of different aircraft we get to see from this vantage point. So the sun coming up, or the sun is kind of peeking out from the clouds. It was pretty overcast when we started. As we flew over Korea and Japan yesterday, there were a lot of clouds. Looks like there are a lot of high clouds today. Luke, the random spotter, says, so many Korean airplanes, who'd have thunk it? Well, the thing is, what is so cool, and now we have a Flexport 747 arriving. Don't think I've seen this at DFW. The Flexport, operated by Atlas Air, 747-400, 22 years old. No destination or no origination point specified, not even a destination, so we don't know where it's going. We know it landed here. We don't know if it's going here. Does that make any sense? Philippines. I think Philippines used to fly to DFW at one point. So Runway DFW coming to you, for most of you, from tomorrow. It is Wednesday morning here. Don't want to get too far in the future. You'll have to pardon me while I get another sip of my medicinal fluid here. I never did get that sip of liquid. That was, well, the Philippines Airlines plane we saw go out was on its way to Cebu. And the Asiana plane we saw coming in was a 777-200ER arriving from Bangkok in Thailand. Here from the Grand Hyatt Hotel at Incheon Airport, overlooking not only the airport but a golf course. I don't know what hole that is. Actually, I think it's just more like a, looks like it's just a, no, I can't tell. I think it just may be a one-hole practice course. Craig Russell says there's a cargo Lux arriving. Well, you know what? He's right. There it is. Cargo Lux Italia. Mamma mia. That's a spicy queen. So, yes, this is coming in from Milan, or Milano. So I will get that beverage here momentarily. Otherwise, me voice is going to go. Kagan ASMR says, what time you get there? Or what time did I get there? It would have been, well, in Korean time, it would have been yesterday at around 5 o'clock, 5:30, something like that. So I've been here for a little over, what, 12, 13, 14, about 15 hours maybe. I did get sleep. That's good. I really conked out last night. Like China Eastern. I'm trying to hold back a cough. The Parade of Queens continues. What is this? Anchorage? Atlas Air coming in from Chicago O'Hare. Sorry, I had to kind of go off mic there. I had a cough explosion. Sorry about that. Finally got a sip there. Okay, I feel a little better. Thank you. Phil G says, I must say ICN is a very busy airport. It is indeed. Looks to be a Korean Air A330-300 going out to Shanghai. In the foreground, you see a Sri Lanka aircraft, which is parked at a stand, along with that Tway or T-way. I'll get a ruling on that sometime. And I do have to say, as busy as it is over here, there's another side of the airport that we can only barely see from this vantage point. I've caught out of the corner of my eye some planes rising into the sky over there on the east side of the airport. Let me check real quick to make sure I haven't missed any messages from my son. Okay, apparently not. It's a Korean Air Cargo 777, I believe, just touching down from Cancun. Is that right? No, from Guangzhou. If I could be here for about a week, I'd get good at this. And I will be here till next Friday, till a week from Friday. So who knows what crazy adventures we'll be going on together. Headed out there was Vietjet to Da Nang, an Airbus A321. Poised for takeoff in Korean Air A330-300 going to Wuhan. Well, we've all heard of that place. But I think we're going to swing around here and bring you the arrival of Korean Flight 250 at 777 from JFK Airport in NYC. Here on Runway DFW, live in Seoul. Oh, I guess that's a Korean Air cargo. I think we're back. I see a signal going out. I see no drops in the... I really don't know what happened there. We were using the hotel Wi-Fi. Perhaps we used our allocation of Wi-Fi abilities. I don't know. But anyway, we're back, I think. So thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for your perseverance in watching Runway DFW. Which is after dark for many of you, but no, it's early morning for us. So I'm still trying to get my phone working here. My phone, which has the flight radar on it, because it's not connecting to anything right now. Let's see. Let me see if my phone will work with radar with my cell phone plan here. People First on China Eastern. Didn't mean to play that yet, anyway. All right, everybody. Let me see. Let me get my bearings here. Johnny Dodge wants to know if I can see you waving. No, but for some reason my flight radar has entirely disappeared, and I have to tell you, I kind of fake it at DFW airport, but here there's so many planes and so many airlines that I've never heard of before, and I guess we'll just watch planes until I can figure out how to get my flight radar going again. Wait a minute. Another new one for us. Air Astana, I believe that was. Where's our flight radar? What's going on? Well, you have to imagine that there's going to be little glitches along the way. I'll remind you that you're watching Runway DFW at large, live at Incheon International Airport in Seoul. Oh, flight radar has bounced back here. Thank you, flight radar. Now we can tell you that China Eastern, the People's Daily Online livery, Flight 5052 off to Shanghai, an Airbus A330-200. On Runway DFW from our initial test stream from Seoul. It's a busy livery. Air Astana in from Almaty, says Telly Enzi. Thank you. Eric Games 960. Shout out, please. Well, Eric Games, we try not to use capital letters. All caps. It's like shouting. But thank you for watching. Korean Air A330 headed out. Swing around real quick to get a picture of this plane coming in. Is this one of those Peach Airlines, which has a purple livery? That's very confusing. We saw a Peach Airlines plane go out earlier. The Peach Airlines plane coming in from Osaka. It's an Airbus A320. And the Korean Air A330 we saw going out was headed to Gwangju. Let's see if we can see this. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Hang on. There we go. This is on the other side of the airport. But as you can see, it's an A380 that is making the short hop to Tokyo Narita Airport. It's an Asiana Airlines A380. I don't know if all the A380s come in on that side of the airport or not. I think ours did yesterday. There's a Tway Air special livery. But it doesn't say here what the special livery is. Rebecca Lee with a kind comment. Well, hope you feel better. Thank you, Rebecca. I'm doing okay. Next, to take to the skies, Asiana Flight 303. It's going to Changchun, an Airbus A330. Brian Henry with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Brian. Hi, Walt. I'm sure you've already answered this, but how was the A380 and the Korean Dreamliner to DFW departs at 9:20 a.m. Hope you can catch it. Well, I'll be on an American Airlines Dreamliner back to DFW a week from... Oh, you mean today. Yeah, I'll be on the lookout for that. 9:20. Well, that's right about now. Again, I'm only looking at one side of the airport. So unless it makes itself known over here, I probably won't, I probably won't even see that it's coming or going. Nice day for plane spotting here at ICN. Got some clouds, but the sun is shining. Another Asiana plane is next, going to Hong Kong in A330-300. Is that? Well, we're going to check out here a Jin Air knotted donut livery. I don't know what that means. Coming in from Pangalo. I don't know. I don't see any knotted donuts. Do you? Four-hour and 19-minute flight. There's another one to add to my list of never having been seen airlines. Cebu Pacific. I believe that's a Philippine airline. It's lining up to take off to Manila. It's an Airbus A321. It's got some very bright colors going on some of the airlines here that come and go at Incheon Airport. Beth F says, what happened to the clock in the car? Oh, I think what happened was when we went off the air for a while, everything got reset. So let me pop those things in. Thank you for letting me know. So we'll have our bug and our clock and all that stuff. I think Blue Dragon Who likes this livery. It's so pretty. It's a very nice color combination, I must say. Someone went to art school, or someone who went to art school was involved in that livery, I would say. I'd hate to think what a livery I would design would look like. Probably wouldn't be very good. I know it would have a stripe, though. Stripe down the fuselage. Beth F says, I'm loving Incheon already. Gina M, who's a bit of an artist herself, says, what would my livery look like? On Gina M Airlines. CPA 919 says 239 seats on that A321. H. says, my livery would be purple and bright green, my favorite colors. That would be distinctive, to be sure. Korean Air Flight 805 is on its way to Tianjin, an Airbus A321. Robert Brune says, hi, Walt and chat. Hello to you. Yasmin Hamad Basilio says hello to Runway DFW and hello to Beto Basilio from his wife. Well, we've got the whole Basilio family watching today. I'm glad to hear that. So we have a bit of technical difficulty here today. We started out, well, the picture was fine, but I didn't put the I didn't flip the right switch so the audio would go out. So we had a silent stream to start. Then everything was okay, and then we lost our connection somehow. So, and you know, you kind of expect things like that to happen when you're broadcasting from a new location, and so I appreciate your patience with us as we figure out how to do this from a foreign clime. Beth F. loves exotic planes. Well, we're certainly getting to see our share here. We've got a big Asiana 777 bearing down on us. Flight 361, it's going to Shanghai. 777-200, 14 years old. But before that, we get to see a Korean Air flight taking off, I think. I don't find it on my radar here, though. So that was Korean Air Flight 469 off to Singapore, an Airbus A330-300. Craig Russell had already figured that out for me. Thank you, Craig. And that Asiana Airbus A321 was going to Yanji. Yanji. And now we have the big Asiana 777. And this one's going to Shanghai. Here on Runway DFW, live from Incheon Airport in Seoul. Where it's bright and early in the morning here, but my body's telling me it's late at night. And Craig says there's a Korean Air 7879 taking off for DFW on the other runway. Well, let's see. You know, did it go out there? Yeah, we'll get a glimpse of that here. There it is. Off to DFW. Thank you, Craig. And you know, we're shooting through a pane of heavy glass here, so sometimes the images are not the sharpest. It seems to be working out for the most part. Jolt Jack says, "Hey Walt, I got some draws pictures I'm going to send and hope you're doing well." Well, thank you. Craig's saying that's a 12-hour flight from here to DFW. Got a United 777, which is now being moved from its parking space in front of us. It says it's flight 805. It doesn't list the destination. It's got to get over to the terminal before it can really do anything, I would imagine. Armand V says, "Good night, everyone, and see you soon. Have a wonderful day further, Walt. Awesome stream. See you tomorrow in Changwon." And somebody's saying, Boeing 747 Aviation says Korean Air 747. I did see a couple of them taxiing here. I haven't seen any today yet. GD Sanders wants to know how far is the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, from here. It's about 20 5 miles, 20 miles, something like that. It's not very far. Not very far at all. Korean Air Flight 755 off to Okinawa, Japan, in Airbus A220. Oh, and I see what our viewer was referring to. There is a Korean Air Flight 35, 747-800, getting ready to take off on the other side of the airport. We'll see what we can do to bring that departure to you. It's kind of like the situation we have at DFW Airport, where we can't see the runway on the other side of the airport, but we can see the planes lifting off from beyond the terminals, so we'll see what we can do with that. I appreciate all the extra eyes on flight radar for me as I kind of start to figure all this out. Let's see if we can line up to see. I think the departure of the 747 Queen of the Skies is imminent here. So we'll send our sights over to the east side. Watch as Flight 35 to Atlanta starts rolling. And again, we can't see it, but we'll see it lift off into the skies. I just don't know where in this shot it will make an appearance. You can see our limit of view there is where our window ends. We're not on a balcony, unfortunately. But we're in a little climate-controlled capsule here. There's our point of view. So we're on the lookout for a big queen to rise up in the sky here. It's 9:40 in the morning here in Seoul. And I know a lot of you are just getting ready to go to bed. So I see the plane has... Did it take off without us? I think it may have. Yeah, there it is. Sorry, folks. Guess I was lined up in the wrong place to see it. So that is a very fuzzy look at the 747 on its way to Atlanta. Telly NZ says lunchtime for me. For a lot of our regular audience, probably not so much. I see another interesting livery coming into view here. I'm trying to figure out what that is. that Thai? I believe that is a Thai Airways A350-900 going to Bangkok. Got an Asiana A350 there. I believe this is going to Okinawa. I've got to tell you, as much as LAX is a real plane spotter's paradise, for people who just want to see a lot of different airlines and different planes, this is proving to be its equal here in Seoul. So I've been very lucky to be at two really terrific airports for plane spotters over the last few days. Another look at that Thai livery. We'll follow this Asiana flight out. And that was Flight 172 headed to Osaka on Airbus A330. Now this Thai Airways jet making the turn to begin its journey to Bangkok. I was told by my son that yesterday there were a lot of places closed here in Korea because it was a national holiday similar to Thanksgiving that we have in the U.S. and Canada. A time for a family to get together and share a meal and things like that. So I guess it's similar in nature to Thanksgiving. So happy whatever day that was. I don't think he said what the name of it was, and if he did, I might mispronounce it. So to our Korean friends out there, I hope you had a good one. Craig Russell says, I heard the reason that Thai Airways stopped flights to the U.S. is because they retired the A340-600s, but not sure. I could be wrong. Boeing 747 Aviation says Kalitta 747 coming in hot. And he's right about that. Another white bird. Thank you for the advisory. Seven 747-400 from Hefei, Hefai. I think it's a Chinese city. And that plane dates back to the year 2000. So that's the second plain Jane we've seen today. AP says a lot of heavy action and finally a 787-10 coming up. Well, very cool. What do we have? Oh, we had a rejected landing there. Came down and went right back up. Looking down the runway, I think that 747 may not have been off the runway when it came in, and that might be the reason for that. Again, we don't have air traffic control here because I wasn't clear on what Korean regulations were. I didn't want to run afoul. If a radio to listen to frequencies like that would be considered contraband or such. So that Singapore Airlines flight, that Asiana flight coming in from Bangkok, that was an A330-300, and it went around. It was coming in for a landing. It wasn't but I don't, I have no idea what the issue was. But I do know that this Khalida airplane, this 747, I don't think it was quite off the runway that the other plane was landing on, so that may have had something to do with it. Our next arrival is Korean Air Flight 234 from Seattle, Korean Air Cargo. It's going to be a 747-800. Will it reject its landing? Let's find out on Runway DFW. I want to reiterate once again that the noise you hear in the background is the sound of an airport, but it's the sound of Love Field Airport in Dallas. Mainly cars driving by on the pavement, but it's just to provide some ambiance for the for our broadcast, so it doesn't sound like we're just stuck in a hotel room, which of course we are. See, here we are. Well, we should be seeing a 747 there in the screen, and there it is. Bringing cargo from Seattle, Washington. AP says, I hope you enjoy the cooler weather in Incheon. It's in the 90s back home for this week and next. Well, all I know is that when we walked outside, well, even in the terminal at Incheon, it seemed very muggy, and we stepped outside and it was like going into a sauna. Did I overpronounce sauna? Sauna? We've got a 777 lined up to land, Korean Air Flight 646 from Singapore. It left just almost 6 hours ago. Here we're going to see it, and we're going to see it come in here on Runway DFW. Well, this signal seems to be holding up all right. We haven't dropped any frames. Beto Basilio says hello from Arkansas. Hello there. And we're about to see a bestriped Singapore Airlines plane. This one's going to Singapore. This is a 787-10 Dreamliner. That's not a plane we see at DFW. We see the Dash 8s and the Dash 9s, but not a Dash 10. If I'm not mistaken, I think United has some Dash 10s, but they don't fly those to DFW. So there it is. That's what it looks like. An AirAsia X plane comes in the background from Bangkok. I didn't leave you. I was trying to address some other issues here. I do have some business to catch up with. Brian Henry with a $5 super chat. Oh, I think we did that one already, but thank you for that one again, Brian. And Brian also gifted a Runway DFW membership. Was that popping up? No, let me try that again. Is that working? Hang on, I think I have to push another button here. Okay, let me try once again to acknowledge the gifted membership given by Brian Henry. There we go. Thank you, Brian. Kimmy 127 with a $5 super chat says, thanks for the great stream. Glad you made it safely and enjoy your time with your family. Thank you, Kimmy 127 for that super chat. And we acknowledge a super milestone from Mark Crowell, who has been a member of the channel for 16 months. That's a long time. That is perseverance. Thank you so much for that, Mark. All right, let's see what we got here. Was it in that picture? No, I guess not. We've got to go over here to see the Asiana 777-200ER going to Taipei. Lining up to take off. Meanwhile, we'll swing over here real quick. Sorry for that. A T-way. Touching down from Singapore. That's a Airbus A330-300. I don't have I need a cough button on my little soundboard. I'm not using my usual soundboard here. I've got kind of a mini model which has a few less features. I can't do sound effects and things, but I really don't want you to hear me coughing. We've got another 747 coming in, so we're going to take our leave from this aircraft. Swing things back around to the south here. And what we will soon be looking at momentarily is Atlas Air, Flight 9274, coming in from Anchorage. 747-400, 22-year-old aircraft. So singers, you can stand by. We won't be calling upon you for this one. As you know, we only do 20th century aircraft that get the coveted jingles. I've lost track of how many queens we've seen today. It's a good number. More than we see at DFW on any given day. I think the most we saw there was 7 on one magical After Dark broadcast. Shall we try for another arrival? We've got Viet Jet Air coming in from Ho Chi Minh City, Airbus A321. Be here in just a moment. I think. Okay, it should be within our sight here in about 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, there it is. Kind of like a storm cloud. I guess that's a storm cloud above us. Of course, that will have no impact on us because we're inside. Jeju Air is lining up to take off. It'll be going to Hong Kong, 737-800. And we've got another Jeju Air coming in now from Fukuoka. And that's another 737-800. So let's see. Well, we'll watch the one that's coming in. That's a little more visually interesting. And we should see it in... Should I count down again? 3, 2, 2.5. I just kicked the tripod. Making funny sounds here. Let's do a station break. You're watching Runway DFW at Large, live from Incheon International Airport in Seoul, South Korea. Walt here with you for another little bit. I think I'm going to have to rest my voice here after a short period of time, so... We may have to end this portion of the broadcast, and we'll be back later this afternoon sometime. Well, this afternoon in Korea. I don't know what time it'll be where you are. But I hope you can return, or at least watch the replay, if it's not in a time that's conducive to your being awake. Since we are pretty much halfway around the world from where we generally are. Got a UPS flight coming in from Shenzhen. So I want to show that to you now. It's a 767-300 ER. Plane we are familiar with back in Dallas. So we've seen a couple of a couple of UPS planes. We've seen a couple of FedEx planes. We have seen a United plane, and I don't think we've seen any American Airlines planes. We're coming to you from the 10th floor of the Grand Hyatt Incheon Hotel, overlooking the airport here. Our view is mostly of the south side of the airport. There you can see the Terminal 1, which I think is what's spread out before us. On the other side of Terminal 1, which we can't really see clearly from here, is Terminal 2, which is where the international, well, my flight came in yesterday evening. And I'm sure there's been a lot of construction going on since I got here, or since I was last here 8 years ago. We do have a Singapore Airlines Airbus A350-900 coming in from Singapore. And that's what's going to be next on our agenda here on Runway DFW at Seoul. And after that, we'll focus in on a Vietnam Airlines Dreamliner. I think. Is that right? Well, we'll get to that in a minute. Let us first check out this Singapore Airlines A350-1000 coming in. C5 Allen says, hey, it's runway ICN, I mean DFW. Hello, Walt Mods and everyone. Hello, C5 Allen. Thought I saw Skittles in here. Well, I do see her saying hello to people. Hello, Skittles. I don't know if you wrote out. Oh, here's my daughter. This is awesome, Dad. Mason is eating, but he will watch shortly. Well, greetings to you, Haley and Mason, live from Korea. Look what I see. A Korean Air 747. pretty cool to see. This is going to Frankfurt. It's a 747-8. 10 years old. In the foreground there is Vietnam Airlines 787-10 Dreamliner. So that'll be another 787-10 that we'll get to see. But yeah, look at this. I'm off to Frankfurt. Korean Air Cargo. Looks like it needs a bath. Dale Helton, a Twin Jet member for 16 months of the channel, says, "Time flies when you enjoy watching Runway DFW." Thank you, Dale. Gina M says, "I have that Vietnam model." Whoa. And in the foreground we have a Cathay Pacific plane, which trying to see where that's going to. Whoa, I see. With Lufthansa Flight 712 arriving from Frankfurt, 747-800. It'll be here in about 3 minutes. I can't tell yet which side of the runway it's going to come on. We may or may not get to see it. But at least we'll get to see this one. Yeah, I think it needs a bath or maybe a paint job. Not to be too critical, but we like 747s no matter what their size or shape or color or lack of it. Kevin Mottershaw says, "Has Kevin or Rudy popped in today, Walt?" Well, I haven't seen, sometimes I miss messages, especially when I'm in a unusual place with a different setup, but I haven't seen them. But it's possible they're watching. If they are, I say hello to Kevin and Rudy, our pals from Airline Videos Live. Oh, what's that? We got their little silver bird. Interesting little jet. Well, it looks like the Lufthansa 747 from Frankfurt is, well, I can't tell for sure. Looks like it's headed to this side of the airport. Vince Kowalski says, a little wax will bring that faded thing to life. So yeah, I guess we're about to have an embarrassment of riches here. We've got the Korean Air Cargo 747 taking off, and we've got the Lufthansa 747 passenger plane about to arrive. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you as much of this plane as I can before I feel the need to make a crazy swing over to the left. Actually, I think I'm just going to do this. Maybe we'll see one landing and the other taking off at the same time. So here comes the Lufthansa plane. The Korean Air cargo plane is still on the ground. The Korean Air cargo is now rolling. We should any second here intercept there it is. So we'll get a look at both of them in one shot here momentarily. Well, I thought we would get them in one shot. Timing just a little off. And of course, got to make that left turn pretty quick here so as not to make an incursion into North Korean airspace. So we came pretty close to seeing a simultaneous landing and takeoff. Just want to let you know what it would sound like if we didn't have that fake ambient sound. It would just be me here in a hotel room. It sounds pretty dull, right? Especially since we don't have ATC. So we'll bring back up the ambient sound, which I don't want to mislead anybody, is coming to us from a recording I made at Love Field. Here goes that Vietnam Airlines Dash 10 Dreamliner. So it's off. We're going to swing right here and get the arrival of this second Lufthansa plane. That was coming in from
Kelowna 19 Gamio My Bang Y High filled up pointing triangle Sansiski Jiki Mayajal Silchian filled up pointing triangle Meisukeu Chagyong, Hohoib Gijung Sang Si, Huilio Gigwan Yoyong Sizal Chulib Si, Miljib Milpidin Silneazio filled up pointing triangle 2 Sigan 10 Bun Wengi Jilbiong Wan Lichiong.
What you're hearing is some sort of an emergency alert, and it says extreme, but it's all in Korean. So I don't know quite what to make of that. Let me see if I can get a translation of that. So please stand by. I'm trying to figure out what the emergency alert is. It came in on several of my devices. And operations here at the airport seem to be continuing. AP says, yeah, it's a public emergency announcement every morning when we were there this summer, probably because of close proximity to North Korea. So it came in right around 10:30 a.m. And if that's the case, I guess there's nothing to worry about. I guess we'll continue on here. Well, speaking of Germany, this Asiana A350-900 is on its way to Frankfurt. Poke Guy says Korea got that as public announcements. And AP says, nah, just go on about your day. C5 Allen says, this is a nice way to celebrate first month as a member. Thanks, Walt. Thank you, C5 Allen. Dreambird says, I didn't mean to put that in on top of that. Dreambird says, hey everyone, sorry I'm late. Not a problem. If you miss anything, you can go back and watch on the replay. So there is Asiana taking off for Frankfurt. Soul Searching Emily says, and with that, headed out of the chat to do some lurking. Hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, Emily. Josh Aldrich, our channel member and moderator from Oklahoma City, says, according to the South Korea National Disaster and Safety Protocols, a message about preventing the spread of COVID-19. Okay. Here is that Uzbekistan plane. It made a fairly quick turnaround. It's on the way back to Tashkent. It's a 7878 Dreamliner. I think it was Noel Phillips who made a journey on Uzbekistan. A journey to Uzbekistan, I think. Sounds like a very interesting place. Steve Cha says, thank you for broadcasting from my home country. I'm watching from Frisco, Texas. Well, welcome on in, Steve. My connection to this country is that my son lives and works here. He has a Korean fiance, and I don't think he's leaving anytime soon. He really likes it here. So as a result, I guess I'll be coming back. Now, this is my first time here in 8 years. Maybe I'll try not to make it so long next time. So off to Tashkent. And you saw that big Lufthansa 747 now making its way to the terminal area. We'll get another look at that. A fine looking aircraft. Thank you, Lufthansa, for continuing to fly the 747 as a passenger plane. One of the few remaining airlines that do. Meanwhile, we've got another airline to check out. Air Central is what this is called. It's going to Zhengzhou in China. Air Central. It's a 737-800. It's an 18-year-old plane. There's Skittles. Just checked. No earthquake, so I guess I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel the earth move here at from the 10th floor of the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Oh, there it goes. I should follow it. Right, there you go, Air Central, an airline I'm just now hearing about. We have another Air Vietnam Airlines plane. Is this another Dreamliner? Let us see here. 78710. This one's going to Ho Chi Minh City. Lost our background sounds again. There they go. And so, Turkish Flight 21 headed back to Istanbul on that 777-300ER. Ooh, look what I see here. The Swiss A340-300 is now rolling. I believe it will be headed back to Zurich. We'll see more of that in just a minute. It's flight 123. But in the meantime, a 757 coming in from YTO Cargo Airlines. That's a 757-200 coming in from, it doesn't say where it's coming in from. That's a 23-year-old aircraft. And then we have this taking off. I'll be a little more specific here in a minute. Kind of lost track of that one. The flight taking off was Flight 170 Air China going to Beijing. We have a bestriped livery here. China Southern Airlines, Airbus A321 going to Guangzhou. And here's that beautiful Swiss A340. As I've said before on the broadcast, the A340 is my second favorite. The A340-300 specifically is my second favorite airplane after the 747, any variety. And it's because of its four-engine design, and also because the engines on the 300 model, they're often referred to as hair dryers. But even though this is a wide-body plane, proportionally, it looks very reminiscent of the old 707s and DC-8s that once plied the skies internationally. This is a 20-year-old plane. We missed seeing it come in, just kind of caught it after it landed, so I don't want to miss this taking off. Beautiful plane, of which there are not too many examples remaining in flight. Greg Russell says quite rare seeing Swiss A340s nowadays. Well, it's quite rare seeing any A340s nowadays. Lufthansa flies them, Swiss flies them, a couple other airlines, not too many. Yes, you saw Korean Air 747 there, didn't you? Little smoky engines, huh? Doing a little skywriting there. Right. Let's see where this 747 is headed. This appears to be going to Taipei. 747-8, a 9-year-old aircraft. Now we've got, what's this, taken off? That was Garuda, Indonesia, going to Jakarta, an Airbus A330-300. Ronald Smith says, wow, Walt, you're streaming from Seoul. How awesome. It's pretty awesome to be here, I must say. I'm here to visit my son, who lives and works here. And I thought, well, since I'm here, I should bring you guys along. Well, now that I've been on an A380, I need to get myself on a 747 before too very long. To do that, of course, I have to go somewhere other than from DFW Airport. So I guess I could go to Atlanta and get, or at least right now, I could go to Atlanta and get a Korean Air 747. I'm not sure where else in the U.S. they're flying to right now. Or I could make a connection on a, let's see, go to Houston and get on a Lufthansa 747 to Germany and then make a connection there to onto Seoul. I don't know. lots of options, but I guess that's for the future. But the problem, of course, is the future for the 747 is not bright, at least as far as a passenger plane goes. So I may have to do something like that within the next year or two at the most to have that opportunity. So we'll say so long to the 747. David Law says, so cool streaming from, I'm planning to be there October 28th to assist with Air New Zealand return restart. Oh, that's cool. M&M plane spotting wants to know how was the A380 flight. The flight was fine. It was right on time. The flight attendants were very pleasant and accommodating. I was in economy, and the economy class on the Korean Air A380 I took from Los Angeles yesterday has plenty of leg room for most people. Me, I'm 5'10", and I didn't have any problem with that. But I was in the window seat, and the plane was full, and so both seats adjacent to me were occupied, and I felt like I really wanted to get up and stretch my legs. It's a 12-hour flight. I want to get up and stretch my legs more often than I was able to because I didn't want to disturb my seatmates. So there was just one time about halfway through the trip that one of them got up, and then the other got up, and I thought, well, I'll get up and take care of necessities, and then I was down for the count the rest of the flight, and I felt like, I really want to get up every hour or 2 hours and just stretch my legs. So I don't know. On next flight, I may have to switch over to an aisle seat. I usually like the window seats because I like to take pictures. Here's Zip Air coming in from Japan. They fly into LA, I know. This came in from Narita. It's just not even a 2-hour flight from Narita. That's a 7878 Dreamliner. We've got Finnair coming in. Here's the thing. I think I'm about ready to. I don't want to say keel over, but I need lunch or something, or breakfast. And I know for many of our viewers, it's getting very late where you are. Let me check my handy watch here. Does it tell me? Oh no, it's my phone that tells me. Well, here's the Finnair A350-900. Same aircraft we see coming into Dallas. Beautiful plane. Nice. So yeah, I think that's going to about do it for us. Brandon Rabbit says, "Well, go eat some food. Thank you for a beautiful pop-up stream and a joy to watch." Thank you for that. Thank you all for watching. You know, we won't have a. Here's the thing: we won't have a chat extravaganza because there's nothing to tear down. I'm just going to leave this. The nice thing is I can just leave this all here, go get some food, and then come back. And so I plan to be back later in the day. I've got to kind of calculate when that would be. We'll get some late afternoon action for you, and the sun will be in a different position. I hope it won't be too blazing for us at that time. But yeah, I think we had a few glitches along the way, but a fairly successful ride with you on our first foray into international broadcasting on Runway DFW. So, thanks to all of you. I'll play you off with some music because I don't think I can speak much longer without hurting my voice. So I'll do that. I thank you all for watching. Thanks to James Webb, our channel sponsor. Thank you to all of our Runway DFW members and our new members. And I'll compile a new list of those for our next broadcast. Thank you especially to our mods for being with us here on this premiere broadcast from Seoul, South Korea. So our we'll next be on probably maybe 3 or 4 hours. And I know for a lot of you that's going to be, the middle of the night, but I understand that. Maybe we'll get some new people tuning in. We'll see what happens. But anyway, thank you again. Gonna play some music, and we'll say farewell to you from Seoul, South Korea. We'll see you soon. Happy contrails to you until we meet again.